Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you're doing well. If you're new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you were watching live, welcome. And if you were watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Tonight, I will only be reading one book, and that is Wolves of the Kala by Stephen King, which is the book that I've been reading for a while now. I have made some progress. I wasn't really able to make progress this week because I had a lot going on morning, noon, and night. So, literally, from the time that I got up to the time that I went to bed, I was completely slammed and just busy with stuff. So, I was not able to read this week, but I am on page 546. I'm hoping that I will be able to concentrate tonight to get at least some amount of reading done. I have like some other things that I've been like working on separately that I probably will end up working on tonight, but we'll see how much reading I actually get done. As always, this is a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl under a blanket, or put a fan on you. It just depends on how the weather is where you are. We're actually having some really beautiful weather where I'm at right now, so quite comfortable. During the first sprint, I'm also going to be going and walking our neighbor's dogs with Keaton, so we'll be doing that together. So part of the time for reading is going to be taken up with that. So I'm not going to probably get a lot accomplished during the first sprint, but hopefully you all will be able to. So I'm going to go over to the chat and see all who's here. Oh, and grab a drink, grab a snack. You know, I think I already said that, but you should definitely grab a drink, grab a snack. And let me know what it is that you're reading or working on tonight. Rob is here and says, grab a drink, grab a snack. I'm currently reading Where Late the Sweet Birds Sang by Kate Wilhelm. Greetings, Sir Francis, and hello, room. Yes, thank you. And Heidi says, Alex, have you read or watched Game of Thrones or The Song of Ice and Fire? I both read Game of Thrones and watched the show. Yes. Mad that the books were never completed, of course, and I refuse to read anything else that George R. R. Martin wrote. I won't watch any other shows. My mom's a big fan of, what is it called, like the House of Dragons, about the Targaryens. I'm so irritated with the way that the books and the TV show like didn't coincide at all that I just like lost all interest in watching anything else related to that world, unfortunately. Kat says, hey, Alex, and howdy, Rob, and hello to you, Kat. Kat says, I'm currently in the middle of vacuuming. Good job. And Rob says, Kat and Heidi, giving some love. And Rob says to Kat, I gave vacuuming 3.5 stars. And Heidi says, I am starting another GGK tonight with Tigana, trying to read all his books. Yesterday I listened to Steinbeck's The Pearl. It is short and really good. Sad comment on humanity. Well, I'm glad you at least liked it. Heidi says, hi, Kat and Rob. And Rob says, Keaton, I'll go with butter-based ribeye steak. Butter-basted ribeye steak, no. We ended up having falafel that I made at home with some store-bought hummus. And Angela says, hi, Alex, Sir Francis, and friends. I'm midway through 1984. I'm going to read the MGM book Club Pick immediately after I finish. I am going to need it. Wonderful. Well, that's awesome. And I'm glad that you're midway through 1984. Nighty says, Angela, I like 1984, but there is one super boring dry chapter. Yeah, there is. And Chris says, hello, Alex. Hope you're well. I'm reading some NetGalley arcs, so I have time to start the Booker long list, which will be announced next week. Awesome. And Jamie says, happy Friday, Alex and friends, and happy Friday to you as well. Heading to the library, so may miss the first chatty bit. Awesome. That's okay. At least you're heading to the library. And Swang says, Konnichiwa, everybody. I'm reading Warriors. Love me some talking cats. I think Keaton read those when he was a kid. I never read the Warriors series. Kirsten's here. Hi, Kirsten. Kirsten says, happy Friday. I'm reading Summer's Never Over by Darcy Bozeman. Great. And Angel says, hi, Alex. Hi, Kat. Hello, chat friends. Yay, Friday. Starting Chocolate Chip Cookie Murder by Joanne Fluke. And Kat says, hello, Heidi, Angela, Chris, Jamie, Swank, Kirsten, and Angel. And Alicia's here. Hey, Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Happy Friday. Just joining. I have finished painting for the day and it's super hot, hydrating at the moment. But bookcases number 4 complete and number 5 a first coat of paint, needing more paint. Well, great job on getting so much done. Sorry it's so hot though. She says hello to Kat. And Swank says, Kat, will your 10 a.m. Friday focus sprint be every week? And Alicia says, we'll be working on relaxing and reading in your reading journal. Awesome. And Stina says, hello, Alex, Sir Francis, and chat. I'm eating pierogies and plan to read the original Miss Honeyford. And Anne says, hello. Hi, Anne. I have 28 pages left in the biography of Mary Todd Lincoln. Right now, they're trying to commit her to an insane asylum. Oh my God. I didn't know they tried to do that with her. And Kat says, I'm on part 3, chapter 2, sub chapter 9 of Wolves of the Kala. I'm ahead of my reading goal for it, so I'll be reading 5 on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton. It's for Cozy Cottage. Well, great job, Kat. I'm fairly certain that you are now way ahead of me, which I told you that you would end up passing me. I knew that you would. And Kirsten says hi to Kat, and Kat says hey to Alicia. Angela says, Heidi, I will try and push through that boring chapter. And Alicia says hello to Stina and Swank. Kat says no, Swank. I will be periodically when I have a need for it. My next one is on Monday. Very cool. And Zach's here. Hey Zach. Zach says hi, peoples, peoplies. I think he said peoplies. Well, hello to you, Zach. And I will be putting the first of the questions up for you all. I have kind of a list that I created this time, so I have some in reserve for the next couple sprints, which should be fun. And so this first question is going to be, I think this one's hilarious. If animals could talk, which species do you think would be the rudest? I love this question. And Alicia says, hey, hey. And Kat says, Alex, I created a reading schedule. Oh, okay. That's awesome. Yeah, Kat, my last week, there's no way I would ever have been able to follow a reading schedule. I had one that I was planning on and it just didn't happen, unfortunately. But I promise I'm trying. And Angela says, hi, Kat, going to watch your new live focus video soon. And Zach says that was supposed to be pronounced peoples. And Kat says, aw, thanks, Angela. Well, awesome. I'm still technically waiting for Keaton to come back with Barker from their walk so that we can go over because our neighbors have 2 dogs and you definitely need 2 people to walk them. And Anne says another part of American history that I was not taught in school. There's so much that we're not taught in school. That is for sure. But you all have your question. I'm going to go ahead and get 45 minutes up on the clock. And I'm going to wish you all very happy reading. And I'm going to be off camera for this one. So I'll see you in a bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did not get any reading done at all. I spent most of that time walking the neighbor's dogs and a little bit of time back at my computer. So I didn't want to dive into anything when I only had like a few minutes. So before we left, I asked you all the question: if animals could talk, which species do you think would be the rudest? Cat says, remember, Alex, take your time, no rush. Thank you. I appreciate that, Cat. Cat says, hello, Zach and Anne. Heidi says, to answer your question, just read Robin Hobb's Fool's Errand, the cat, of course. And Kirsten says, well, definitely cats would probably have some snotty things to say. I agree with that, or at least my two would. Stina says, I'm going to guess the hyena. Why the hyena? Because they laugh at you? Swank says, llamas and ostriches. Why a llama? Just because they spit? I'm curious. And Heather's here. Hey, Heather. Heather says, hi, everyone. And Kat says, hey, Stina and Heather. And Heather says, there's an answer to the question. Zebras are assholes. That's why we have never domesticated them or used them for work animals. Well, that's fair. I never really thought about that. And Rob says, crows and hyenas. See, my first thought also was a crow. For some reason, crows and ravens. I mean, ravens and crows, they do kind of like mimic speech, but I feel like if they could fully talk, they probably have some shit that they'd be spitting. Heather says, I think cats would be nice, but have firm boundaries. And Sherry's here. Hey, Sherry. Sherry says, hey, everyone. So happy to finally have a day to read. It has been a very busy month. Been in a slump reading Run for Your Life by Lucinda Berry, a fast-paced thriller to get me going. Awesome. Kat says, hello, Sherry. Kat says, cats are my favorite, but they can be quite sassy. Have you ever read Bunnicula? I have because of you, Kat. I read Bunnicula. Chester dishes out a lot of rude remarks. However, I think a goose would also be quite rude, throwing its honk around. A goose would totally be a jerk. Absolutely. Especially the Canadian goose. Zach says, I'm going to go with orcas. Part because it's pretty true, and part for a bonus fun fact. Proto-Spanish, they were called whale killers, but not because of the order. It got flipped to killer whale in English. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, because of course, they're not whales, right? And are they whales? Are they technically whales? An orca? I guess because they're not sharks. Are they kind of like a dolphin? I don't know. Are they their own thing? Angela says, I'm going with cats. Mine were very judgmental and critical, but I love them just the same. Heidi says, Kat, I love Chester. You just reminded me I have the first 3 Bunnicula books on audio. And Kat says, Chester is amazing. And Heather says, orcas would be like the awkward person at a buffet who takes too much because they're really hungry. They're sorry about it, but also hungry. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't think like orca when I think of an asshole. But I mean, if they kill whales, that wouldn't be so great. And Jamie says, cats 100% rude, judgy, opinionated cats. I do love them, though, mostly for their catitude. And Rob's going with a... looks like a dog. Are you going with a dog? And, oh no, that's for me, us walking the dogs, I see. Sorry, I was a little slow. Eleanor's here. Hey, Eleanor. Eleanor says, hi, Alex and chat. I'm reading Slasher Summer this afternoon. Good for you. Very popular right now. Swank says, cool, Zach. Kirsten says, made it to page 182 of Summer's Never Over. And Andrew's here. Hey, Andrew. Andrew says, hello, everyone. Just finished my workout. I think so far as a species reptiles, as far as individual alligators would be the worst because they got all those teeth and no toothbrush. That's not true. They have birds. They open their mouth and they let the birds pick at their teeth so that they can clean them. See, they do have relationships with other animals, so they're at least somewhat neighborly. And, oh, Stina says I'm on my other phone. Okay, cool. My right hip does not want to get up and walk back to my office. I'm so sorry. Bless your heart. I'm almost to the halfway point of the original Miss Honeyford by MC Beaton. Good for you. And Jamie says, back from the library, made it to 36% in the audiobook. On Sundays, she picked flowers. Really loving it so far. Kat says, I cleaned the bathroom, opened a box of foam soap from Bath and Body Works that my friend Simon sent me. That's sweet. And read to page 61 of 184 in 5 on a Treasure Island. Eleanor says, camels would be rude except for the hump day camel. He's funny. And Zach says, orcas are cetaceans like dolphins, not whales. Oh, okay, cool. Jamie says orcas are in the dolphin family. Okay, that was going to be my only guess of what else they could have fit into. Kat says, hey, Eleanor, how are you liking Slasher Summer? I'm hoping to start on Sunday or as soon as I finish 5 on a Treasure Island. And Kat says, hey, Andrew. Well, thank you, everybody. I will go ahead and get us set up for the next sprint, hoping I can actually do a little bit of reading on this one. We shall see. But I will put my next question as what is something totally normal that you have never done? There you go. And I got another 45 minutes up on the clock. And I wish you all very happy reading, and I'll see you in a bit. Bye. everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did not get any reading accomplished. Very sorry about that. Not being very good tonight, but I'm going to try on the next one. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what's something totally normal that you have never done? Zach says, orcas kill for fun and like to wear their victims on their head, including people. Oh, well. Yeah, that's pretty awful. Eleanor says, Kat, I just started the book. Kat says, gotcha. And Kat says, Barry says, hello, Alex. Hi, Barry. I told Keaton yesterday that if we ever got a chance to meet, that he would love, or that I would love to meet you, and he said that he would want to meet you too, just to let you know. And Heather says, I have never whistled. I've tried until I've almost passed out. I also can't whistle. The best I can do is, if that's even picking up on the microphone, which I can't guarantee that it will, but that's the best I can do for a whistle. And I have never done a cartwheel. Keaton's whistling in the other room. He's tormenting me. He's taunting me because I can't do it. Swank says, gone to jail. Okay, I have also never gone to jail. And Heidi says, what is normal? The last video game I played was Pac-Man circa 1982. I never played D&D, but that is more nerdy than normal. That's actually really surprising, Heidi, that you have not played a video game since Pac-Man. So yes, I would count that as surprising. Kirsten says, same with the video games. Last I played video games was Atari in the 90s. I know nothing of any modern day gaming. Wow. Kirsten says, I mean Atari in the 80s, not the 90s. Oh, I got you. And Stina says, I have never gone skiing. I have also never gone skiing. And Anne says, finished An Inconvenient Widow, The Torment, Trial, and Triumph of Mary Todd Lincoln by Luis Romano. As a person who studied psychology, all I can say is it was an incredible and sad story. Aww. Yeah, I mean, everything that happened to her after Abe Lincoln died, and, you know, she went into the whole, like, spirituality realm where she would go see, like, the photographers that would let you take a picture with your dead loved one, and, you know, tried to talk to mediums and stuff like that. Like, she definitely had a hard time after his passing. Rob says, never sang at a karaoke bar. I've also never done that. And Jamie says, skiing, water skiing, rollerblading, ice skating, anything that requires good balance. I also don't know how to swim. Okay. Good to know. Jamie says, Heather, right there with you. I can't whistle either. Kat says, I have never gotten a tattoo or seen Top Gun. I have also never gotten a tattoo, although I'd be open to it sometime in the future. And Kat says, I've also never gone snow skiing, tubing, or rollerblading. I've done tubing, both for water and on snow, which is fun. Rollerblading I did a lot as a kid. Andrew says, I've never seen Bigfoot. I hear that's normal in the Pacific Northwest. I've never done yoga on a more realistic note. Yoga I've done in like a small capacity. I have gone to a one-time hot yoga class before, but the instructor like wrenched on my body so bad it hurt horribly. So I ended up never going back to that. But yeah, definitely I've never seen Bigfoot. Andrew says, hey to Kat. Jamie says, only a few pages read. Spent most of that sprint on the phone with my insurance company. Ooh, pardon me, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry that you're talking to your insurance company, because that is, I'm sure, not for anything fun. Zach says, I've never been to the ocean. Closest I got was the Chesapeake Bay. Keaton got to touch the ocean for the first time a couple years ago. So got to put his feet in the water when we were out in Oregon. And Kat says, I did no reading either. I talked to Barry and dilly-dallied. And says, parachuted out of an airplane. I guess that is considered normal by today's standards, but I don't know very many people who have done it. But I also have never parachuted. Kirsten says, got some dinner started and read to page 189 and summer's never over. Very good. And Kat says, I've never gone to jail either. I can still do a cartwheel, which I'm surprised I could still do. Good for you. I'm happy for you for that. I wish I never... So that's the thing. I talked to my mom about it years later, and she was like, well, when you were a kid, you never tried. Like, you never even attempted to do a cartwheel. So, like, by the time I guess I had realized I'd never tried to do one, I had hit puberty, and so like my weight and everything, like most of my weight is in my lower half of my body, and most of my strength, which is the same for most women, is in the lower half of my body. So I did not literally have the upper body strength to be able to hold myself up to do a cartwheel. Um, I also didn't know how to lock my elbows or like how to rotate myself. I mean, like maybe if I went to like classes to learn how to do it, I mean, I believe in myself. I probably could if somebody could like educate me or like teach me the way. But like just learning the way that kids do, where they just do it on their own, no, I never was able to do that. I've never eaten at Chick-fil-A. Okay. Kat says, "Oh, Rob, karaoke is so much fun. I sang at the Cat's Meow in New Orleans." Cat's Meow. How appropriate. Zach says, I spent that sprint trying to name a character. What do you think of Kurakuna? Their Estonian names. I like that. Kura and Kuna. Or Kurakuna as a full name. I enjoy that. Alrighty, and I will get us set up for another sprint. Thank you everybody for answering. That was a lot of fun. And I'm actually going to skip doing my face mask on this sprint tonight. I know, big bummer, because Keaton and I actually did face masks earlier in the week. And so I didn't want to do another one because I've already used one this week. So instead, I'm going to ask another question, which is that if you had a warning label, what would it say? If you had a warning label, what would it say? And I've got another 45 minutes up on the clock, and I wish you all very happy reading, and I will see you all in a bit. Bye. Shit, I didn't realize I was on mute that whole time. God damn it. Sorry, everybody. Let me go back. Let me go back. Okay, hold on. Let me go figure out where I was. All right, we'll start with Anne. So I said before I was on mute um, that I did get a little bit of reading done during that sprint, which means that I did make some progress towards actually doing reading on the sprint. So that's something. Before we left, I asked you all the question, if you had a warning label, what would it say? And Anne says, I have never been able to do a pull up or cross on the monkey bars, which I cannot do that either. It takes a remarkable amount of strength. Jamie says, volatile, keep away from stupid, may cause explosion, which I enjoy. Swank says something similar, which is do not be stupid around me. Stina says, I got a little bit of reading in, but mostly worked on getting an appointment with my orthopedic specialist. And yeah, I hope you can get in soon because of your poor hip. And Anne says, my warning label will probably say do not ask for something when reading, which I think is very apt for, sprints. Zach says, warning, viciously honest, opinions are not facts, internalized opinions will not be respected, which I think is very accurate for you, Zach, and I like that one. Kirsten says, unfortunately, it would say, don't be lulled into a false sense of security by this one's very long fuse. It will run out explosively and without warning. I'm working on that. Yeah, my fuse is very long, and when it goes off, it's also pretty bad, but unfortunately that doesn't happen all that often. And Angela says, let the sleeping dog lie. And Heather says, contents under pressure, handle with care. That actually, can I have that one for me too? I'm going to take that one for me. And Stina says, pleasant and easygoing until very suddenly not. And Kat says, I'm a Capricorn, do not waste my time. Rob says, I meant to behave, but there were too many other options. You've been warned. I like that. That's very good. Alicia says, my warning label, no talking before I had my coffee. You said I just finished dinner and had a red velvet cupcake. Well, half of it because it's big. Ooh, big red velvet cupcake. Even better. That reminds me, I have peach crisp in the fridge that I want to have for some dessert, so I will totally go get some. Heidi says my warning label would be does not take no for an answer. And Zach says, I think my character will be named Karakuna, which means daughter of the moon, by mixing Greek and Estonian. Her nickname would be Kitty, unless you have a better idea. I guess, yeah, Korakuna for me usually a nickname. If it's a long name, it can be like the first part of a name. So like Cora would be a good nickname. But I mean, Kitty's cute. That's a cute nickname. And Zach says her partner's name would be Lucretia, aka Lucky. Are Kitty and Lucky too similar, do you think? And does it clash with the third name, Heraclea, aka Leah? Lucky, Kitty, and Leah. No, I don't think that they clash. Just because they both end in Y, the first two end in Y. It's not like they rhyme or anything like that. I think they're different enough. Kat says, Alex, are you muted? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about that. At least I made everybody laugh. And Ron's here. Hey, Ron. Ron says, hello. My label would be easily distracted by birds. I like that one. And Jamie says, it made it to 44% in my audiobook and worked on a cross-stitch project. Very nice. Kirsten says, well, that sprint I just ended up texting a friend. That is okay. And Kat says, I talked to Barry. He's grilling. Took some Tylenol, sinus, dilly-dallied, and read to page 67 of 184. Well, good job. Even with dilly-dallying, you still read. Got my little bit in. Kat says, I want a red velvet cupcake. Yummy. And Eleanor says, got to page 39. It's reading YA, Kat. It's giving YA. Well, it's actually going by pretty quickly tonight, I feel, but we're well on our way to the second to last sprint of the night, which of course means I get to ask you all one of the questions I ask every single week, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Key is it just needs to be interesting to you. It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. I like learning new things, even if I have no idea what you're talking about. So, There you go. I also realized just now in this moment, because I saw again my prompt for the self care sprint, that I did. This is horrible. This is horrible. I did take a picture of myself with the mask that I did with Keaton because we picked funny ones. He picked one that his looked like a penguin, and mine was an alien mask. It is going to be one of the most atrocious things you've ever seen, but hopefully it gives you all at least a slight chuckle. My hair was not done. I was literally just laying there like fresh out of the shower with this thing on, and it was it's kind of everything and also terrible. But I hope at least, even if you didn't see me wearing it on Sprint, I share with you what I did earlier in the week. So there you go. Zach says, I have a very long fuse too. I know you didn't want to know, but Emily Fox was the person I gave 5 grand to. I eventually went off because she treated it like I gave her $2 for the bus. Yeah, no, absolutely. You have every right to be pissed off about that. If you are really helping out someone and they don't appreciate it at all, and you were just doing something out of the kindness of your heart, like I would be fucking raging. So absolutely. And Kat says, in a good way or in an annoying way, Eleanor. And Keaton's here. Hey, Keaton. Keaton says, hi, everyone. Isn't she beautiful? I took a picture of you too, honey, but I'm not showing everybody that because I would never seek to show you in any sort of negative light. Not that it was. To be very clear with everybody, it's actually a really cute picture of him, but I'm still not going to show you all him in his penguin face mask just because that picture's for me and I think it's really fun. But maybe one day, I have thought about this, maybe one day he'll come on stream when we're doing the self care and he'll put a mask on with me, like on camera. And then you guys could see us both with one on, which that could be really fun. That could be really enjoyable. And Kat says, the best mask yet, Alex. I know, it was ridiculous. Although I will say, you can definitely tell that the Japanese ones are a higher quality because the mask material one was kind of scratchy, and I also didn't like the smell as much. Like it didn't feel as good as one of the ones that comes from overseas, which I mean nobody should be surprised about because like Japan and Korea do skincare way better than we do. Jamie says, my self care for the last sprint was a tasty ice cream treat. Yay! Hey, honey, if you're still watching my sprint, you should tell me if you want peach crisp, and I'll come and bring you a bowl of peach crisp. And Alicia says, that's awesome. Give it a little peach crisp! All right, that's what I just heard in the back. So I guess he wants some. And Kat says, hey, Keaton. I love his laugh is the best. It's great. And Rob says, Keaton, whose face is Alex wearing? Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I told you it's bad. It's really bad. And Alicia says hello to Keaton. And Keaton goes, mine. I'm actually dead. And Kat says, good one, Rob. Eleanor says, not sure I'm the target audience, Kat. It's okay, and I'll finish it. And Kat says, YA is hit or miss with me. I don't read it often. Yeah, I agree with that. Now, there is one YA author I can think of that I've loved every time, and it's Andrew Joseph White. And Andrew Joseph White is a trans man, and every book that he writes is a YA horror, and it's like body horror. It's like good, in my opinion, good horror. But his character is always a trans man or trans character, and there are other trans characters in the story along with like anybody else. But I just think that he writes so well, and his books creep me the hell out, which is rare for any horror novel, let alone a YA novel. So that's why I enjoy them. Um, and I finished off. Sorry, Steven says I finished off that pint of American Dream I started last night. Good for you. And Zach says, can you email me the info on your best masks? I need some good ones for a Christmas present. Ooh, I will definitely try to do that. I can try to see if any of the ones that I have because so the ones that I have been using on stream physically came with my friend from Japan. So like she went to stores, bought them, put them in her luggage, and then came back. But that doesn't mean that you can't buy them like imported. So I'll see what I can find. Yes, absolutely. If you don't hear from me, send me a follow-up email, and then that'll be like my notice of like, hey Alex, get back on that. And a person says, I love YA way more than I should. I think the reason I love it is that it often speaks to a stage of life that is still super hopeful and not yet jaded by real adult life. I like the way you put that. That's nice. Zach says, if you like trans horror, check out Hailey Piper. Hailey Piper. 1 second. 1 second. Hailey Piper. Hailey Piper. Do. All right. There we go. All right. I've got that loaded on my phone. Thank you, Zach. Jamie says, I haven't read any of his YA horror, but I did read You Weren't Meant to Be Human. It was very well written, but tough content. It is. It is. It's tough content. It's, I think, relevant to, the conversations that people are having today. Like, everything about it to me just screams, like, quality. And I appreciate that he has been given such a strong voice and he's been given the opportunity to write such a variety of books because every single one of them is so different. Like, yes, you know that his character is going to be a trans man, but like the settings, scenarios, everything is so different between books. It's really good. I'm glad that you were able to read You Weren't Meant to Be Human because I have yet to read that one. And also the covers for his YA novels, like all the matching ones. Oh, they look so good. I have a copy of Compound Fracture over there that I still need to read. So I'm kind of looking forward to that one. I just haven't gotten to it yet. All right, everybody, I gotta go make a bowl of peach crisp for Keaton and I, so I will get on that. But got another 45 minutes up on the clock. You have your question, something you learned over the last week that was interesting. I hope to get some reading done. Gonna keep hoping. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 557 in Wolves of the Kala. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? I have something, and I can't remember if I shared it with you all last time. It deals with baking the peach crisp. But, and if I already said this, I'm sorry, but if you boil a peach for 30 seconds and then immediately dunk it in ice cold water, the skin comes right off. Makes it super easy to peel, which is very convenient if you want to make any sort of baked peach good. Stina says, I can't remember the title, but it was a White's Purple book. So good. Was that YA? Dang, it was brutal. The Purple Book, yeah, that was, was it The Spirit Bears Its Teeth? I feel like that sounds right. Hold on. Hold on. Andrew Joseph White, Spirit Bears Its Teeth. Hang on. Yes, it is. It's The Spirit Bears Its Teeth. I really love it. It's a really good one. And Stina says, I learned that the steamboat Arabia was carrying 200 tons of cargo when it sank in 1856, and it sank so quickly to the mud of the Missouri that it was perfectly preserved when they dug it out of a cornfield in 1988. That's really cool. That's super cool. Zach says, I've been messing with names a lot this week, and I learned something about yours. Alex comes from the Greek word Alexa, which means protector. Well, thank you. I guess that does kind of describe me in a way. Heather says, I saw several squirrels tearing up green sticky pine cones and making a mess with them. After investigating, doing some research, I learned that they were getting the pine nuts out of them. A really good source of fat and calories for them. Get those pine nuts. Stina says, the cargo, not the steamboat. They were able to salvage large parts of the steamboat, but it had broken apart pretty badly. Well, that's actually cooler, I think, that the cargo was preserved, because it'd be interesting to see what it was carrying. Zach says, it also related to the Greek goddess of the dawn, Electrona, who is part of my story and how I found out. Nice. Thank you for sharing. And Rob says, Derinkuyu, a mysterious underground city in Turkey found in a man's basement, housed 20,000. I feel like I have seen that, Rob, like a video of that somewhere. Kirsten says, well, this was only interesting to me, but yesterday late afternoon I was informed that I was getting a bonus from work, and today it was in my bank account. I didn't have that on my summer bingo card. Congratulations! I'm very happy for you. Andrew says, I learned that the U.S. had 32 acknowledged broken arrow accidents, which is when they accidentally drop, lose, or have a theft, of which 6 were lost or never recovered. 32 acknowledged broken arrow accidents. Oh, of nuclear bombs. Okay, sorry, I was really confused for a second. 6 were lost or never recovered. That's really scary, actually. Oh, that's horrifying. Stina says, Andrew acknowledged. Eep. Stina says, Kirsten, yay. And Jamie says, woohoo, Kirsten. Nan says, I learned how many amazing gains medicine has made in the treatment of mental health since Mary Todd Lincoln was treated as having hysteria. It would be amazing to think how different it would be. Or amazing to think how different it would be. And Jamie says, probably only exciting to me, but the renewal of the Interview with the Vampire Lestat series was announced today at San Diego Comic-Con. Season 4 will be retitled as Queen of the Damned. Oh, there you go. Cool. Referencing the later Anne Rice books, right? And Jamie says the teaser trailer they dropped is fantastic. So cool. Good for you. I've seen the movie Interview with the Vampire with very famously Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise. Yeah, it was Tom Cruise. But I haven't seen. Right? Tom Cruise was Lestat? Yeah. Yeah, because they were really young and pretty in that movie. And I remember so it was so funny when I watched that. I've only seen it the one time, but I remember I absolutely despised that movie until, not even kidding you, like the last 5 to 10 minutes. And it made everything worth it. It's weird that I feel that way about it, but I did. I did. It ended and I just went, oh. And Kat says, that's awesome, Kirsten. Alicia says, in case I'm not back in time, thank you for sprints. Off to play Mario Kart. We'll have a wonderful time playing Mario Kart with the family. Ross says, I learned there are small monk parakeet colonies in Paris and London. Aw, monk parakeets. And Eleanor says, I learned that cottage cheese is considered a fermented food, so good for gut health. Uh, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's also a wonderful source of protein. And Ron says, I knew that about the peaches. Anybody who bakes, I guess, would know that, but that was something new to me because I don't usually bake with peaches. She says, yes, the spirit bears its teeth. Ron says, peaches and cottage cheese. That is a combination I have never had. I've seen a lot of people do peaches and cottage cheese and pineapple and cottage cheese, which I have never eaten together, but I love individually. Jack says, your peach skin trick works with tomatoes. Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Also works great to cut in small X in the bottom to get the skin started peeling. Good to know. Thank you, Zach. And Kat says, I ate dinner during that sprint, grilled shish kebabs. Ooh, ooh. Got into my jammies. Barry and I are going to watch a movie, my last Giallo film. Giallo. I actually know how to pronounce that, Kat. I'm so happy that I know what that is. And Jamie says, made it to 51% in my audiobook. Made good progress on my cross stitch. Awesome. Kat says, hopping off. Thanks for Sprint Talks. Have a wonderful weekend, friends. Kat's long gone, but bye, Kat. Steen says that Arabia was essentially the floating Amazon warehouse of its day. Everything from gold pens. I'm so sorry, guys. It's been a long week. I'm very tired. Please forgive me. Everything from gold pens and porcelain buttons to leather boots and saws of every type. They were supplying the entire Wild West. Oh, dang. So that had to be a lot of money that went down the river, if it were, when it sank. And Heather says, yes, Kirsten Dunst was a little kid. And Christy's here. Hi, Christy. Christy says, I learned that a quacksalver is a phony doctor. Oh, that makes sense, because the doctor does a salve and he's a quack. He's a quacksalver. Ron says Tom Cruise was Lestat, was how everybody reacted to the casting until we actually watched the movie. Yeah, he did so good in that role. I honestly think he probably made that movie, to be honest with you. I mean, like Brad Pitt was good. He mostly was pretty. I'm just gonna say it. He mostly was pretty. Tom Cruise is crazy and therefore is awesome as Lestat because he basically could just be himself. And Jamie says, Stina, that sounds like the Bertrand steamship that sunk in the Missouri near my hometown. Apparently, those steamships were not that safe. Oh, I imagine a lot of things they used to make back then were not that safe. She says, and estivate means to spend the summer. Estivate? Is that how you pronounce that? I like that. That's nice. Kirsten says, aw, thank you, everyone. Heather says, there is a little parrot population in Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn. They were domesticated and escaped or released and figured out a way to survive in the cold winters. Yeah, or that's a question. Figured out a way to survive in the cold winters? Animals are amazing. They adapt so well. They figure out things that I mean, truly the spirit and the will to survive is incredible. Stina says, Jamie, the museum had a map of all the steamboats sunk in the Missouri. Zach says the peach and tomato skin thing is called blanching. Oh, yes! You are absolutely right. I completely forgot that there is like an official cooking term for that. And Stina says the snags were the big problem for going up the Missouri. They cut wood from the trees on the riverbanks to feed the steam engine. Then the bank would erode into the river with the shortened trees. Oh my god. Yet another example of why humans messing with the environment is not great, and we need a lot of beavers. Estina says, but the boilers were also kind of unstable, so a lot of them exploded. That's nice. And Ron says those are mostly monk parakeets too. That's awesome, everybody. Thank you very much for sharing. Eleanor says lost of wild parrots in Los Angeles too. Yeah, I mean, and the sad part is a lot of people get pets, and then they do escape or they let them go because they don't want to take care of them because birds live a really long time. Like if you ever want a pet where you're like, it would break my heart to have a dog because I don't want to lose the dog, right, in like 12 to 15 years time. You can get a bird. They're practically immortal. They'll live half the length of the life of a person. In some cases, I swear. They like it's incredible. And Stina says, I grew up near Malta Bend, so named because of the sunken Malta. Heather says, in case it was out of context, Kirsten Dunst was a little girl that Brad. No, I know who you were talking about. Yeah, that Brad Pitt uh, bit and made as a companion in Interview with a Vampire. Yeah, her whole thing about realizing that she would never grow up and have a woman's body, and she basically went crazy because like that's why you don't make a vampire child. Was one of the parts of the movie that I remember the most. There's a lot of that movie that I don't remember. That is one of the parts. It's just locked. It's just locked up there. Do not make vampire children. Very dangerous. And there were consequences for that in that movie. All right, everybody. I will get us set up with our last sprint of the evening, which is, and of course, I have to ask my question that I ask every week, which is what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Could be big, could be small, could be something that you did 5 minutes ago or something you did immediately after sprints last week. I don't mind what it is, as long as you talk about something that makes you feel good about yourself. That's what's important. So, I'm going to put another 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to wish you all very happy reading, and I will see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what's one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I'm very, very tired, so I was having a really hard time trying to concentrate during this last sprint. But I did make it to page 565. So I made a little bit of progress tonight, which is better than nothing, because nothing is what I've done for days recently in terms of reading. So we'll take it. Um, but let me know what it is that you did this week that you're proud of. Anne says you opened windows for the first time in a couple of months. This is glorious. Yeah, the weather where I'm at has been absolutely beautiful for the last few days. Sia says, I'm proud of myself for driving home from Vandalia, Illinois via Springfield, Missouri, and Kansas City without incident, unless you count turning KCMO to Norton, Kansas into an 8-hour drive. An incident? Oh, bless your heart. No, I mean it isn't, as long as you're okay with being in the car that long. If like you're doing it intentionally to kind of like take a long route, not an incident. If you took a wrong turn, yeah, unless you count turning, no. Yeah, unless you took a wrong turn and you got completely lost and then it turned into an 8-hour drive, then that would be an incident. And Christy says, my husband, son, and I managed to surprise my brother in law by joining his family, invited by his wife on their trip to Pigeon Forge without getting caught along the drive despite many close calls. Good for you. That's really sweet that you did that and then tried to keep it like a surprise. And Kirsten says, I'm proud of myself for sitting down and filming a YouTube video for the first time in a year. I do still have to edit it, but I'm proud of myself for getting this far at least. That's so great. Very happy for you. I know that pain, Kirsten. I know that stress. So good on you just for doing it. Anne says chickens roam the streets in Key West. Yes, they do. I have been to Key West. I have actually witnessed that. Um, they are completely unafraid of people. They're also a lot smaller because they're wild chickens and they're grazing instead of being fed, so they're way tinier. But yeah, they're everywhere. I had a friend growing up who is from Cayman. A lot of people, I think, pronounce it a different way, Cayman Islands, but the people who live there pronounce it Cayman. And they have chickens, like, they're basically pests. Like, they have so many chickens that just roam wild on the island. And Stina says the car's nap would be to pay tolls on the I-70 route. I forgot that when I defy her instructions, she punishes me by sending me down every gravel road she can find. Oh no. Said Eastern Kansas, it turns out, has a lot of gravel roads. Zach says, I confronted and finally cut off my MAGA sister. I gave her a decade to realize she was trapped in a burning clown car. Unfortunately, she's unsalvageable. I'm sorry to hear that, Zach. And Stina says, oh my, that's so sad, Zach. It is. You said, on a more positive note, I found this song Circle With Me, and I really like the cover by Mafra. That's also thematically tied to my fight with my sister. I do know that one thing that is pretty interesting that you do, Zach, when you read certain books, you get playlists. It's kind of like you almost cater a playlist for things that are going on in your life, or things that you want to kind of have like a musical score, if you will. And I can appreciate that. I think that's awesome. Said it had to be done. I simply couldn't take it anymore, and I completely respect that. Andrew says, I'm proud I finally got my recipe book started today and put in my first entry. I told Angel at least she wouldn't starve if I kicked the bucket before her. I am in the process of trying to make my own recipe book too. It's going to be a very long time because I like compile things in there as I go. But it is really lovely to get to flip through pages, and every time I add a recipe, I'm like, oh, there's one more thing, one more special, recipe in my little utility belt of stuff. Zach says my character name is Karakuna Kasparis, aka Ghost. It means daughter of the moon, keeper of treasures, which is pretty good for a space thief. Also, let me know if this isn't inappropriate for sprints. No, not at all, Zach. Sprints are for anything. It's reading, any type of productivity. Writing is productive. And if you feel like sharing things about the stories that you're writing, you are absolutely welcome to put that here. Rob says, Keaton! Yeah, he was wondering who was going to see him wave on the camera. Eleanor says, thank you for sprints and happy weekend. Thank you, you too, Eleanor. And Alicia says, I'm back from Mario Kart, and that was rough. Did you get your butt beat by your kids? And Jamie says, I got back to decluttering this week and gifted some household goods to someone in my neighborhood. That's so awesome. Cena says, I got to 61% in Miss Honeyford. And Alicia says, one thing I'm proud of accomplishing is the progress on my library. I'm hoping all these last 3 bookcases to be in the library before kids go back to school in August. Now, that's a lot that you're trying to do before August. So I just realized, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's the 24th of July. Which is also how I know that I am like way behind in Wolves of the Kala. I'm like so frustrated with myself about that, but I understand right now it can't be helped, and that's okay. Andrew says, spent the last 3 sprints sharpening some of my knives. I'm excited on the 29th of this month. The 3rd Speed Shop book comes out. Yay! Good for you. Hooray! Ron says, I help pull a lot of poison parsnip at the property my org owns. That's awesome that you did that. That's wonderful. Andrew says, thanks for sprints. Hope everyone has a good week. I hope you do too. And Alicia says, thank you for sprints. Thank you as well. And Jamie says, talked to my brother during the sprint and made it to 53% in my audiobook. And Heather says, I had to set hard boundary with a very good friend that hurt her feelings very hard, but I stayed calm and collected and coherent, and I think it went as well as can be expected. Proud of you for that. That's really, really hard to set boundaries with people. Rob says, thank you for sprints and have a great weekend. You too. Sia says, what software are you using for recipes? I have, maybe you're not talking to me. You're probably talking to Andrew. My bad. I just have a book I write in. And Stina says, I still have Mastercook on an old laptop as it doesn't exist anymore and won't run on a newer machine. Zach says, I hope you back up that somewhere, by the way, like download it in some fashion, because if that computer ever craps out, you would lose all of that, and that would be such a shame. Zach says, the only thing on my channel is several book playlists I've made, and yes, I do like to match music with everything. I've been paying attention. And Stina says, thanks for sprints and chat. Brilliant as always. Have a great week, y'all. You as well. Thank you so much. And Christy says, thanks for sprints. Enjoy the weekend. And Andrew says, spell shop. And Anne says, another day tomorrow with open windows. And Jamie says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Hope everyone has a great week, or a great weekend. I hope you do as well. Alicia says, pretty much hubby, 2 kids, and I all played Mario Kart, and son kept throwing temper tantrums when he didn't get first place, so screaming and yelling idiots a lot. Aww. I'm sorry. Kids, I understand kids can be bad sports. Believe it or not, I was an absolutely horrible sport as a child, and I used to cheat at like any game that I could. And I'm talking about when I was really young. We're talking like, elementary school or younger. Not proud to say that, but I did not like losing. Which is funny now because I don't have that same competitive bone that I used to have. I used to be like super intensely competitive, and a lot of that has just kind of melted out of me with time. I mean, like, I can be competitive if I need to be, but it's just not, I don't really, it's not ingrained in me anymore, and I prefer everything to be cooperative. And Andrew says, pen and paper, lol. I'm in 1920 soul. I hate technology. See, we both have pen and paper recipe books. Andrew, hey! Stina says, yeah, I have a stack of old laptops, each with a piece of software that runs only on that machine. And Kirsten says, thank you for another great night of sprints. Thank you for coming. And Stina says, Brian says he can't set up emulators on my machine, so hopefully I can transfer those programs and data over. I mean, even if you could put them on like a flash drive, like it just some means of transferring it, like any of the data, copy paste into a Word document, which would be a royal pain in the ass, but still something would be better than losing it all. And Alicia says, "Yeah, my kids are 7 and 9." Yep, I remember that age. Hopefully they will outgrow that. I'm sure they will. I'm teasing. I'm sure that they will. But that is rough. I hope the next Mario Kart uh, session is not so bad. But thank you everybody for coming. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I will hopefully see you all next week. Bye.